Hello. Okay, so it's not. Okay. At least it's not as loud as Tales of Lost. Listen. Fair question. Why am I streaming today? Blunt answer. I woke up really late yesterday. I left the stream like every 5 minutes. And I don't feel like I actually really streamed yesterday. I feel like I was really distracted and didn't actually do anything. So, today I'm actually going to stream and make some progress because I would like to finish Dawntrail in my lifetime. Isn't that right, Ghost? What's your opinion? You got a strong opinion there, buddy? Do you like the fact that this webcam has a red light on in the middle that only you can see since you're a cat? Huh? Yeah, that's what I thought. He's a good boy. But yeah, basically, I didn't actually stream yesterday in my brain, and so I'm streaming today. Last we left off, I didn't actually update my notes because we're still technically in what I'm gonna write down in my notes as the feat of proof, realistically. So we still are just basically starting from yesterday. Honestly, not that much happened. The Yakoi are fascinating. I'm very excited to, like, finish this quest line and, like, see everything that happens with them because I've genuinely very much enjoyed my time. Ghost is a cutie. He scratched me in my eyebrow. I was manhandling him, and he swept around to try to grip on something, and my eyebrow was the closest thing to him. Criminal, come here. Oh my god. I made the mistake of holding him just like this to show the fact that he was a criminal, and decided to hold him kind of closest to here, and he started swiping to like try to get a grip on my head. He did not like that. So his punishment is that I have to hold him, and he's so warm. Yes, you were sunbathing, weren't you? Are you mad at me? Are you mad at me? Are you gonna swipe me in my face if I keep holding you like this? Yes, you are. He's looking back at me with confusion. I'm very fortunate that my cat is so okay with me manhandling him. But it is appropriate. I got him to trust me by so many hours of him hiding in his little bed as it was sitting in my lap and just being like, it's okay, you get cuddles when you're ready for it, buddy. And now I get to throw him like pizza dough. And in return, I get scratched in the face occasionally if I actually do something bad. Now then, Aaronville, we were fighting a dragon. Or we were finding a dragon so that we can fight a dragon. We're gonna find it, we're gonna fight it, and those are the only two F's that are involved until Twitter gets involved. We'll head to the outskirts of the village first, and then set the seeker to detect fire-aspected ether. Hey, buddy. Bye. So sad that I can't fly yet. What's up? Yeah. Message received. Oh, I like your outfit. Wait, hang on. I want to look at this outfit. I usually... Oh, that's the mechanic outfit from Final Fantasy 15, right? That didn't come out yet. But yeah. I am assuming that shit's about to go down based off of your excitement to make sure that you're here. Unfortunately, I will never be a fashion diva in this game. No. Bryce will always be the king of Final Fantasy XIV fashion, in my opinion. All the looks that he's got set up for Estrella are mind-boggling. Right, the Seeker is ready to go. Warlord's Echo is still suffused with the Skyrune's residual ether, so I've excluded it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the sensors. Let's begin tracking, shall we? Affirmative. Tracking near source of fire aspected ether. You got it, buddy. I wonder if that little crater we saw that was full of fire is going to have anything. It's the one I got off the moon? Well, it's nice to know that they've got nice tailors on the moon. I popped into Amber's stream yesterday, twitch.tv/Gamblord, while she was streaming Final Fantasy IV, and it was right as right as they ended up getting to the moon. Not quite the legendary creature we were after. And a character named Namingway was like, yes, I'm from the moon, much to her surprise. And I was just like, oh. You know, a lot of things in Final Fantasy XIV make a lot more sense. I mean, it doesn't make more sense, but at least I understood this part. Would you mind dealing with that fire sprite? It will continue to confuse the Seeker if we leave it to be. I gotta be careful though. This fire sprite is stronger than Ifrit. I will stop saying the joke when I stop giggling at my own joke, which will be never, since I'm very patient with myself. Easy. Right. Unnecessary measure, I'm afraid. Let's try this again. Affirmative, tracking near a source of fire aspected ether. Why is it being so sarcastic with us? I should... The alternating caps, I started reading it like the SpongeBob meme. So now whenever I do any... The next Ether Seeker lines I'm going to do, I'm just going to have to read it in a sarcastic voice. Come on, buddy. I believe in you. I do like the way it's bobbing up and down. That's funny. That's adorable. Ah, I see some fire aspected ether that may be happening right now. That's weird. Is this at all related to what's going on? Source of fire aspected ether located. Tracking disengaged. I can't do a sarcastic voice on purpose. Live action Moana enemy. Frightening enough, but again, not what we were looking for. If you would be so kind. Can't wait for the aftermath of this, where they're just like, for some reason there's a lack of fire aspected ether in the area, and I'm just like, probably related to nothing. Do I ever lose these stacks? I just noticed, because for context for people who don't play Red Mage, if I use my full melee combo, I get access to Ver Holy and Ver Flare, like strong instant attacks that give me a lot of mana. And I just realized that as opposed to some other Red Mage stuff that happens, these don't have a timer on them. So if I ever set these up, I just have these forever, question mark? Which is mildly surprising. My thanks. I'd ask if it gave you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to. Seeker, resume tracking. And do try to point out something useful this time. Oh, affirmative! Resuming tracking! I'm gonna be honest, my first thought was, damn, I really can't do a good sarcastic voice. Maybe I could ask Alex. And I looked over and thought, could Alex give me a good sarcastic voice? I don't want to find out. That feels dangerous. That feels like a mistake waiting to happen. Oh, source of fire aspected ether located. Tracking disengaged. What the fuck am I doing? Why can't I be sarcastic on purpose?
Because that's how your voice sounds. I don't know. Why
I don't... Fire tracking expected ether located. No, that... I have the voice chops of a 14-year-old in their first role in a Disney made-for-TV movie. Another remnant of Valagarmanda's last rampage. The crater's flames registered to the Seeker as corporeal ether. In the words of the Tuliolol saga, when Valagarmanda rages out of control, its fire burns forever, its ice does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Servant able to turn the Skyrune's perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it is a strange feeling to see fanciful poetry proven true. The important thing is that the fire was classified as a living ether. We can feed a sample into the Seeker and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. I do feel like I was a lot better at doing character voices when I actually stream this game regularly, so hopefully it's a part that I'll pick up a little bit better. There. Now the Seeker should ignore any etheric signature but Valagarmanda's. Had I realized this was possible from the start, then you needed to have fought those creatures at all. My apologies. It seems I still have much to learn from this journey, as a gleaner and as a guide. At this time, the Seeker should be attracted solely to Valagarmanda's ether. Resume tracking based on the latest sample. Affirmative. Resuming tracking. Sample ethereal signature detected. Engaging accelerated pursuit mode. Now I just sound like a high school bully. Don't worry, I'll get there eventually. I'm learning, I'm dealing with it. Ah, I see there is another MSQ person here. Okay, just remember, cliffs are suggestions. And boy, am I bad at listening. Ether. Thank you. Ether current. God bless. Would have been real fucking funny if I jumped off the cliff and then looked up and saw the ether current. But alas, I never engage in content. I'm just too smooth. I say, taking a very wide circle around that enemy I just dropped next to make sure that I don't get one shot after jumping off a cliff. I feel like I'll know when I'm near the end when I see a tiny mechanic ready to help me fight a god. Good. The Seeker was drawn directly to the Skyrune's fire. God, what the fuck does Anvil sound like? He's Icelandic. How do I do an Icelandic voice? Peter Piper picked a pepper. Whatever. Good. The Seeker was drawn directly to the Skyrune's fire. Now we know we've set the correct parameters for its ethereal aspect. I'll try increasing the threshold for etheric concentration. That should direct us to the Tural Vidral itself. Oh, recalibrating sensors, resuming tracking. This ethereal Seeker thinks that I'm never gonna make the cheer squad, I swear to God. Amaterasu? Yeah, whatever. I should remember to keep an eye out for that Okami remake that's coming out, though. I never did play the original. Although, honestly, as mildly interested as I am in the Okami games, like as a piece of gaming history, my understanding of them, or a lot of the hype that I've heard around them, is based around just how goddamn pretty and unique the games are to look at. and not so much for the gameplay. Which means that when the remake comes out, odds are pretty high that if I picked it up, I'd be like, oh, this looks so neat, I should play more of it, and then I would just play it for like 2 or 3 hours and then probably put it down and not feel as interested in playing it again. Then again, hey, I mean, hey, fair enough to me. It's good to at least get a few reps in with a piece of gaming as historic as that one. Can I call Okami historic? Okami feels pretty historic. Hey, buddy, sorry about your arm. I think we'd noticed that Valigarmanda was inside this passage. Let's head through to the other side. Was this where the murals were? It is. Okay. A sentence I started before I saw the giant fucking mural on the walls ahead of me. But, you know, I got there eventually. Ooh, pretty. I could live at like 12,000 feet above sea level. I could be happy with that. Hey, Bryce. They're doing a sequel or remake, whichever it is. I thought it was a remake.
The trail ends here, it seems.
The trail ends here, it seems. The trail ends here, it seems. The trail ends here, it seems. Fuck.
Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all.
God, that, like, tribble to his voice, that part of the accent is so hard for me to recreate. I wonder if that's what the Icelandic sounds like, but oh well.
In any case, I'm almost certain the Vitral was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
I also think someone else said that it was a Icelandic accent, and I've kind of been believing it. I guess I don't know an Icelandic accent, so I was
Alphinaud
like...
is assisting the Yokhoi with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Warkor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow.
I don't know if anybody can answer this question, but Arenvel's accent, is that what a glottal stop is? Like, it feels like every single word he says has a glottal stop to it. And my brain is trying to remember if that's the right word for that or not.
After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vitral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Oh, that's good for us. That means it's weaker,
And
right?
better not give it the chance.
Stop! That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question.
She's a lot more diplomatic than I am, because my first reaction to him being like, no, was me being like, the fuck you mean?
Your band is incapable of defeating Valigarmanda. Either you seek to defile Warkor Lardor, or you are fools.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them?
I mean, kind of a cheap reveal, but fair enough.
The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Casually pointing out the fact that plus Anvil makes 8, but I also agree that Anvil does not count in this situation.
7 weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Oh, cool. That's a relief.
Archa, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead. A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I will take the measure of this Tural withdrawal my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Oh, Zualja is not one for diplomacy.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people.
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chir Wagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
And also I'm here.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive. My old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyolal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Come on, you two. forget about the right of succession for now and help me fight this overgrown snake bird. I don't care how strong the Sky Ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
Okay. Mildly ham-fisted at times, but I mean, fair enough character moments. I'm happy that Zuralja turned around. Kawana was obvious, like, from the start. They didn't even try to hide it. I'm honestly mildly annoyed that they even tried to hide it in the first place. Because it makes less sense than Kawana just immediately going like, ah, yes, I'm with you from the start. But Zuralja is definitely the character I'm the most interested in right now because his name remains in red. His name definitely remains in red in the notes. But I could see it going green eventually. I could see it. I could see it. During this question, when you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of NPC companions. That is interesting. This is a trial, isn't it? With just NPCs? Hang on. Wow, I'm mildly surprised they have enough NPCs to fill this. But yeah, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fair fucking enough. Anyway. Y'all kick back and relax. Also, hi, Kurt. I didn't actually say hi. But hello. Alright. It's fine. I'm a red mage. I don't need to worry about anything. I just need to worry about not fucking this up. But you, I do want to talk to before I actually go in. We needn't speak. Alright, fair fucking enough, dickhead. Never mind, I didn't want to talk to you anyway. I was trying to get to this ether current. You were body blocking my right click. What an asshole. Because the short instinct because a lot of characters subtext and lies install acting information which 14 is not capable of. I mean, I'm only like a third of the way through Dawntrail at this point. Ish, just going based off levels, which is not a good metric. I'm probably like 20% of the way through or something right now. I'm interested. Right now, he is... Like, my main complaint about Wook Lamont is that her character did not slow burn enough. Kawana kind of had, like, his character arc meted out at, like, a good pace, but in my opinion, still a little bit early. Or that was my opinion. But if Zuralja is going to be, like, the slow burn face turn, as opposed to, like, Kawana, who was, like, a bit of a question mark and then turned out to definitely be a face, I'm interested. I'm hoping that I remain interested. I'll remain optimistic. I've been liking Dawntrail well enough so far, at least. Ooh, this is pretty. Oh, that's probably bad. I'm sorry. The perfect main... How did we get up here? Oh fuck, did I mess up my comment? How the fuck did I mess that? Oh wait, I didn't actually have my comment marked. Never mind. Did I not back up fast enough? Hopefully I'm fine. God damn it. Okay, this is fine. Wide open B. I assume sidestep? Okay. That one was definitely luck. I definitely did not know where to stand there. But I got it. What the fuck? Did they just steal Calvi? Did they just steal Calvi? Rumbling ammo. What the fuck? That's bad. Does this mean that I don't stop moving? Damn, I'm good. While I do kind of appreciate it, especially on my first time through, I'm still a little bit disappointed / weirded out that they are like giving me full text to read for what Valley Garmonda is doing. Oh, son of a fuck. Okay, never mind. No, they're not. They were just doing it for the first steps of it. I assume don't step in that? Oh, fuck. Everything is fine. Everything is golden. No one is going to get hurt. That seems bad. Oh, it's conjuring ether. Okay, okay. I'm with you. I caught up. Neat! Oh, do I have to like tell if I want to be high or low somehow? Hail of feathers. I assume for that I want to be low. Nope, everyone else is high, so I'm guessing high. Yep. Bolts of lightning fall upon the battlefield. Owie. Good news, everybody, we're not in space anymore. Congratulations. Oh. I'm assuming the Ruinous Tower thing is bad. On the basis of that sounds bad. Can you chill? No. I'm starting to think that they want me dead. Jesus Christ, we're halfway through. Oh my god, never mind. There's no more bits anymore. There are no more jokes. There's only locking the fuck in. I don't think I've successfully on purpose dodged an attack so far. Okay, well surely they can't have a third aspect of ether that we haven't even gone through yet. Oh, god damn it. The embarrassing thing is I definitely should have been the one to res first. Surely not. Oh, what's that? Well, that looks like a third cube of ether that's different from the other two that we've gone through already. No, wait, isn't that ice again? Stop the bit. Yes, okay, no. Well, that's fine. This is the easiest one to dodge. Which does mean it'll be more embarrassing when it hits me, but what are the odds that happens? Oh, fuck. Lasers. Is that bad? That looks bad. That's the close stop. Damn it! Oh, did I get hit? No, this is a thing. I'm also going to die. But that's unrelated. What the fuck is my res button? Never mind, doesn't matter, I'm dead. Okay, where's resurrect? There's resurrect. Okay, I don't actually have mana though. They got it. Okay, never mind, we're good. It's a good thing that you believe in me, because I certainly fucking don't. I've been paying attention to how badly I've been doing. Wait, is this? No. Okay, just glow so that I can show off the fact that I learned that glowing means a close stop. This is not glowing. No, we're transferring, So, oh, I see. Oh, fuck. Nope, I didn't see. Presumably I want to be low for one of these, but I don't understand which one. Okay, probably the light, right? That makes sense to my brain. Oh, fuck. Oh, I just wasn't looking, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, and that one was just me being dumb. Alright, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I never died. I'm immortal. My health bar did not hit 0. It does not count. No! It's fine. It's so fine. It's so fine. Please die. Yeah! Oh, thank God. Thank God for everybody else who was able to do their rotations and pay attention. God fucking bless. Where's my da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da? Thank you, Jesus. Was that so hard? Goddamn, we're cool.
We did it. We slew Valiarmanda.
Woo!
A feat that even the great Gulul Chacha couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father. The Federal was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
Yeah, I died 3
How
times.
can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it?
Could it?
Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best.
Hey, we did good. I died twice, I think.
I did, didn't I? Even if it wasn't at full strength, we defeated a living legend. I swear, I'll surpass the old man one day.
The Sky Ruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Pardon? As in the miracle of you being born, or?
I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
The extreme version of that fight is the coolest tank boss in the game. I bet the extreme version of that fight fucking slaps. I really enjoyed all of the boss designs in Dawntrail. I found them all really fun. Alright. Good job, team. I do want to speak with Kawana and the other party before we split up again. The matter of outdoing our father aside, this was the best outcome we could have hoped for. Never again will people need to fear the looming shadow of Skyrim. Kawana did it well. A promise is promised too, don't you think? It is fortunate, we think, wish that winged calamity air could inflict greater suffering upon these lands. Of course, witnessing Zoralja in battle, I understand why he's widely considered to be Tuliyolal's greatest warrior. Didn't I tell you? I pull my own weight in battle now. Kyle, I'm gonna be honest with you, buddy. I love you. You're great. I don't remember what you did in any expansion before this one. Because you were just chilling at home in Endwalker. Where did we meet Kyle? Fuck, I forget. What did Kyle do before Dawntrail? She was chilling at home in Endwalker because she like ran the ship. Kyle was here in Heavensward? What the fuck was she doing in Heavensward? Hang on, wait. We're going to aptitude test me specifically. I'm opening up my Heavensward notes. No, not the final Heavensward notes.png. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. This works fine. So this is the PMG, not the GIMP file, but it does not matter. Okay. Kyle. Come on. Oh, I didn't color code back in it. Oh, I didn't color code. I didn't write down events. Nidhogg, Bahamut, The War's End. Yeet. Oh, yeah, that's just throwing the eyes off. The Bridge, lots of Estinian stuff. The War Starts. The Original Sin. Further Revelations. Nope, nope, nope. BRB, I Love My Mom. True, true, true. Peace Conference. Kyle. Fuck, I don't think Kyle is in my notes. Maybe in Old Dawn? No. Where's the light? Where's the darkness? Would have been in there. Ishtola, Thancred. Kyle! Hey! Alfino's old teacher, student of Baldesian. Found with Matoria's Crystal of Light, Thancred. Shard of Highland's power given to her chosen. So Kyle showed up when we were finding everybody after getting teleported out. And was Alfino's old teacher. So she showed up to help us from across the ocean. Okay. Hey, look at that. My notes did help me. It was in the patches. She also helped us find Thancred. The first time we hear about Kyle is in Rome. Born Minfilia calls for her help after we saved Minfilia from the Castrum, and that's when we learned that the island she was on disappeared into the ether. Oh, fuck. I forgot about that. I forgot about the students of Baldesian having problems. Alright, well, whatever. The important thing to take away from this is that I used my notes. You should also do Eureka? No, I should not. You are lying and you are trying to hurt me in the same way that you were hurt. Anvil, what's up, buddy? Your proud expressions bespeak a successful hunt. Not that I'm surprised in the least. Zoralja came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Cyrilja in tow. He seemed disinclined to share in any victory celebrations. That's nothing unusual for Zoralja. No, it's Bakul Jaja that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making the most of the mayhem he caused. I still can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Valigarmanda, it wasn't only Orkopacha at risk. There would have been deaths across the entire continent. I'm more certain than ever that Bakul Jaja cannot be allowed to rule. I have to catch him and take back my keystone. Eureka is one of my favorite things in the game. I'm not trying to hurt you at all, and that is sincere. Eureka does kind of rule. Eureka is fun. Well, now I feel like I have to apologize. And I should. Understand my disinclination to believe you all about whether or not you being sincere about something being fun in Final Fantasy XIV. However, wait, hang on. Eureka does have a reputation. The Yuck Hori must still be anxious, wondering where and when Valigarmanda will strike next. I suggest we hurry back and allay their fears. Alfie knows as well, I should think. Yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry another moment. It's also a pain to do with people if you weren't... It is also a pain to do with people if you weren't all there at the same time. I think I understand what you mean. Isn't Eureka basically just like a mini version of Final Fantasy XI? Like, that's my current understanding of it. Is like they basically made a mini zone where everything worked like it did in Final Fantasy XI. But on the Final Fantasy XIV engine. Like, to the point where there's not even a party seeker as far as I'm aware? Before we do anything else, we should talk to Gerfalur. Like Final Fantasy XI Lakor. Incredibly funny.
To the temple, then?
That won't be necessary. Heroes of the hour.
Damn, I forget how big you are.
Valigarmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song. We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town. But the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
Oh yeah, I forgot there was going to be a second feat.
A second feat?
The feat of ice You are to fortify Valigarmanda's prison.
Whoopsie doopsie.
How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
I mean, we killed that motherfucker.
What more would we test, Zurmurwer? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Kulul Jalja, then no one is.
The Twitch of my internet is having a time, and I'm assuming it is the internet. Is everybody else okay on my stream? It could be my internet for
Now
all I
that
know.
our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
Carter's good? Okay. Oh yeah, that explains it. Calvi did DC in the
5.
trial.
Only 2 left to collect.
I can't believe Bakul
Except
Jaja
that
destroyed
one of those
Calvi's
5 is in
router.
Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valigarmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolol as we enter this new age.
I am getting really fucking sick of Bakul Jaja. He loosed Valigarmanda. He destroyed Calvi's water. He poisoned our water supply, salted our lands, and unleashed a plague onto our houses. Also, he's a dick.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
I'm out of cappuccino. I can't believe Bakul Jaja drank all my drink.
I'll consider it if it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Oh, you also like Koana. That's cool. Yeah, he's
then
nice.
you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
Oh, and then there's this dude.
Today is a day for unusual visitors. You Wukliamat, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valigarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
We should run back to town and pick this guy up some cough drops. Then he'll be in our debt a third time.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
Okay, to repay our debt, go kill Bakul Jaja. Painfully.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
I have an idea.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea. That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes. We have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Shaktural expedition.
Oh, it's pronounced Shak instead of Zak. That makes sense.
What did your forebears see?
Appreciate it though.
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict. Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess. A statue so tall, even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Shaktural, where they died in droves.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Book Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps. Who can know the truth of it? Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams, no dreamers.
The forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete.
Shit.
So only Yokwi in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt. Farewell, Wook Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
That was my attitude when I graduated 8th grade, actually. I don't think it's true. Damn, ass crack out and everything. I'm also a little bit surprised by that, Wook Lamont. I don't think Vorpalor and his brother will have a sudden change of heart about Tuliolol, but that doesn't mean they'll never change at all. Today is proof of that. There we go. Alright. Well, the feat of ice was kind of skipped. Let's take a small moment and do our notes. I don't think Yaktel is actually... No, yeah, Yaktel is not an area that I've made note of so far. So, let's see. This area is Warlor's Echo. Excuse me. So, let's update our notes now. Big lore dump. Big lore dump, but thankfully not that much to do in terms of actual notes. So, we're in Urquapacha. Can I fit all this here? Definitely not. No, I'm gonna need more room than this. So let's I can do some more notes just in case this ends up being important later. So we are in War. Is it LAR or LER? LAR. Warlor's Echo. Just out of curiosity, have I gotten a confirmation email from Syntech about my fucking drawing tablet yet? Nope. I won't worry about it until like next Friday or something, but I would love a shipping confirmation email. Okay. So Warlor's Echo is the Yaquis. Home. We have a couple of notes to write down. Not that much is the good news. So I'm just gonna do this from here. So 1,100 years ago. They conquered Dawntrail, I think. So conquered. Dawntrail. And then 1,000 years ago. It's a good thing I actually waited this long to write this down, because now I can write that miners or tons of miners, or I'm just gonna say tons of those in the Yaktel. And I'm mildly confused whether this was a forest or quarry. I think he said it was a quarry. Let me double check. Work the quarries in Yaktel. So the quarries in Yaktel, but Yaktel is a forest. Okay, okay. So Yaktel quarries. You know what? Let me actually be specific about this. In the quarries in Yaktel had visions of the Golden City. And then, what's the name of the bridge to Dawntrail? Zorgor the Boundless. Zorgor. The Boundless. Is built. And I'm gonna write down after Dawntrail is scoured. And then, is there a... Nope, okay. Invasion of Dawntrail. This plot point, or this lore point, still bugs me quite a lot. There's an ancient memory I have of... I can't even remember the game. Which is probably good. Oh, it was a game... It was like a terrible game... which was like the continuation of a Western series, but they set it in modern times. They made it like a 3-player co-op game, and it was about modern, like, cops, FBI, like CIA or something working together because, like, a Mexican drug cartel, this was the plot of the game, were coming into the US and stealing women to bring them back to Mexico to sell, like... And I remember that story because... or I remember that plot point because the context of how I learned about all this was in the context of these American developers taking a problem which was flipped, taking a real world problem of women being abducted and brought into another country, but flipping essentially the order in which it was done. Because it obviously makes no sense for cartels to steal American women and bring them back to Mexico, but it is an actual problem, or like a thing that happens where women were abducted in Mexico to be like sold in the US. And just the horrible, like everything about that. I don't remember it well enough to bring up the good points, but like, obviously, just taking like a serious problem which hurt Mexico, and then because the Mexican cartels have to be the bad guys, because of course they are, the Mexican cartels aren't exactly good, but flipping it so that America is the one being hurt by Mexico's actions in this case, instead of America being complacent / buyers of an atrocity, is just blatant racism. And so while I don't think that this plot point is at all the same in terms of like that flip and the horribly racist implications of it, the fact that the invaders were the ones that were 90% wiped out by disease instead of, you know, the natives being wiped out 90% of disease tingles that same aspect in my brain. Is it nearly as bad? No. But does it bug the shit out of me? And am I squinting at them sideways for making that the plot point? A little. It feels like they knew that 90% of the population got wiped out by disease and just kind of took that and put it in here. At the very least, the invading force was from the South American analog and not from the, like, Eastern analog of, like, Eorzea. Wait, what's the plot point? The plot point is that the Yakwoi they had fully conquered Dawntrail. They had the visions of the Golden City. Then they went up specifically, explicitly, to invade Dawntrail and conquer it. But when they got there, 90% of them were wiped out by disease because they didn't have immunity from the diseases that was basically like a common cold for residents of Dawntrail. Meanwhile, in real life, what happened was that, for lack of the exact correct word to use, I don't want to call them imperialists because the imperialism technically hadn't started yet. It started very soon, but not quite then. What happened was that European, we'll call them explorers, got to the Americas, brought all the European diseases with them, and then like 90% of the native population in North America, at least, like in the US area, I know, I'm not 100% certain about other populations. I'm pretty confident this is like severely weakened the Mayan Empire, but I don't know my facts well enough. I know that like Great Plains area and everything, 90% of the native population got wiped out by European diseases. And that like most of the deaths from like the native populations happened just because disease ravaged the continent and killed everyone, basically. Now I want to double check my figures, because I definitely heard 90%. And I know that it's right that disease killed most of them. I want to say this was a CGP Grey video, which is the memory that my sources are being cited from here. Which was specifically like about, I think it was, well, it was called The Lost Plague or something, but CGP Grey names all his videos every week these days. But it was about, hey, why is it that disease ravaged and killed so many of the North American population, but no disease came back and killed the European population? And essentially the logic being that, like, aside from, like, what was the name of the Mayan capital? But basically, aside from that, there weren't any major cities in North America at the same scale as, like, London and Paris and everything. People were a lot more spread out. So there wasn't really an ability for, like, a plague to grow and nest like it did in European cities. So it just didn't happen. So there wasn't the same immunity response and immunity buildup from, like, essentially the filth that Europeans lived in. Because Native Americans bathed and Europeans wallowed in filth too. I don't want to say that's right. Because the problem was, to my understanding, was mainly like Europe had a super large, super dense population in like multiple areas where like a plague could ravage itself through one area and then move. Like you could have a typhoid epidemic in London and then it could burn out through London and then go to Paris, and they could burn out through Paris and then it could go to, I don't know, Rome or something, and it could burn through Rome and then make its way back to London. And typhoid could like cycle through all the major American population centers and people would die or get immune because they had it. But by the time there was enough major population centers that by the time it burned through one of them, like there was another one which it could essentially hop to and continue to manifest in and grow. And that's why like European cities, the death rate in early European cities was much higher than the birth rate. The only reason they grew was because people immigrated to them. So that's my understanding of why Europe had plagues and like North America did not. Because I think the only like major city of the same scale as like London and Paris and Rome and stuff was the Mayan capital. I don't know what the actual maximum population was of it at its peak, but like still, it's only like one major city without crossing like the death gap to get to South America. What's it called? I don't remember what that channel of jungle is, which, you know, you hear so many, when people, you hear about it these days in the context of like migrant caravans and everything, or like people seeking asylum in the US, or at least that's the context I hear about it in because I live in the US, of people who want to even get to the US have to cross through like this there's some name for it, some channel of like 100 miles of jungle in Central America where there aren't really like central roads or highways or something, so it's still very dangerous to cross on foot, especially when you have the resources of like someone who is specifically seeking asylum. This is all to say, rather than wallowing on and on and on about like half a minute history and everything, it does not make me happy or comfortable that the invaders are the ones who were 90% wiped out by disease. And the fact that they are, you know, specifically from South America in this context makes me feel a little bit better. South America, you know, the equivalent of it in this game of Dawntrail being basically South America. Makes me feel a little bit better. But yeah. Thank God. If they tried to pull some... Oh my God. If it would even tried to be like, yeah, Garlia tried to invade Dawntrail or something when it was first discovered 80 odd years ago in the game's plot, and then like their invasion force suffered from disease, I'd be like... I'd be more than a little annoyed. But I've ranted on long enough about why this kind of bugs me. Like, it was an attempt to include another real-life historical analog, but done just a little bit clumsily. 90%. Of... Yuck. Boy. It's also gonna bug me if I don't Google. What was that? What is the 100-mile jungle South America death gap? What is that called? The Darien Gap. There we go. The Darien Gap is a remote... I'm just gonna read the Wikipedia article because I want to know about this. The Darien Gap is a remote, roadless, and dangerous area of rainforest on the international border between Colombia and Panama, stretching across southern Panama's Darien province. There you go. And the northern portion of Colombia's Choco department. It acts... Really? Colombia has departments? That's interesting. It acts as a natural barrier between North America and South America, consisting of large drainage basin, dense rainforest, and mountains. It is known for its remoteness, difficult terrain, and extreme environments, with a reputation as one of the most inhospitable regions in the world. Nevertheless, as the only land bridge between North and South America, the Darien Gap has historically served as a major route for both humans and wildlife. Neat. Also, real quick, Colombia divides them up by departments? Neat. Colombia is divided into 32 departments. The capital district of Bogota is the city's largest city, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And one last thing for myself. What was the Mayan capital? Because this is going to bug the shit out of me. Mayan city is... Chichen Itza? That's not right. That's not... Okay, maybe it wasn't the mines that I was thinking of. What was the major city in, like, what is today Mexico? That existed before European... let's just call them what they were. Imperialists got there. This is bugging me. I should know this. I should know this. It's the name of, like, the... Like... a major city that was in Mexico pre shit going down. But yeah, this plot point isn't poor white people. It's not. It just bugs me because it's the wrong way. Have you heard of Pluribus? I mean, the word is familiar, but I feel like Pluribus. Oh, it's a TV series. So that is where I've heard it from. Well, yeah, wasn't this someone... Okay. I'm ignoring this right now. It's understandable, being that it feels like it was inspired from these stories in real life. Listen, if they just happened to also hit the 90% mark or wiped out by disease, then it fucking... You know. But I don't think it's inspired. I think it was straight up like, this is a thing that happened in real life. This is a... thing that happened in history that is undeniably interesting. We want to include that in some way, but their inclusion of it just feels a little bit clumsy to me. As much as I've gone off on this because it was like a way for me to remember interesting points of history and like learn new things, I'm not actually like furious or anything. I'm just like, I don't like that. That's weird. Whatever. I cannot remember the name. I cannot remember the name of the city that I was trying to remember. No, this is gonna bug the shit out of me. What the fuck was the name of that major Mexican city before, I'm just gonna say 1400. Not the history of Mexico City. Tenochtitlan? That doesn't sound like what I'm trying to remember. Tenochtitlan. Maybe. I mean, it's in the right spot. It's what turned into Mexico City. Okay. Tikal? No. Fuck. It doesn't matter. It's probably me misremembering some city. I've been too distracted being like history is cool. Let's see. 90% of Yokoi invasion, let's just say wiped out by disease. And I'm just gonna write permanently shrunk. And just to represent my mild annoyance about this and put a nice little bow on it. Hang on, there's something that I want to include here. Bada bing, bada boom, pictures, not icons, emotes. There we go. I'm just a little annoyed. I'm just a little annoyed. And then I got really excited trying to remember stuff. I really should like read more about pre-European North America because it's always fun to learn about. There we go. Perfect. Right, that was just the history. But honestly, the feat of proof and the feat of ice were not that much. Like, it's not like a lot happened. So writing those down should be pretty quick. So we have 4. Wait, hang on. Alex, can I give you a research task? There's something that bugs the shit out of me. There was like a major city in North America located in Mexico, or what is today Mexico, that I cannot remember the fucking name of. I could have sworn it was like the capital of the Mayan Empire, but I looked it up and I was not able to find it. And do you know at all what I'm talking about? Okay, then don't worry about it because I looked it up and saw like a bunch of city names and were like, none of those sound right to me. So my brain is probably just tripping in.
It's in Mexico.
I think it was in what is today Mexico. Yes. That was my thought bubble, but after looking it up, I must be misremembering something. Like, I must be wrong. Maybe. There's Chichen Itza, which I know I'm mispronouncing. Maybe Chichen Itza? No, Chichen Itza is definitely not right. It's something Itza. But, like, I looked at that and was like, that was the first result that popped up when I Googled it, and I was like, no, that's wrong. I keep saying I'm done with this, and I keep pulling myself back in because it keeps bugging the shit out of me. What's up? No. Did it start with a T? No, not Tikal. It was like 5 syllables. And I think it started with a T. And the more I think about it, the more I think that maybe I'm misremembering, and this was actually in South America. Not at all involved. I'm not thinking of Machu Picchu or anything.
Literally the only major city that starts with T is
Yeah, it wasn't Tikal. It was like 4 or 5 syllables. I remember that. I remember that it was like a long name.
Chicken.
The-
Chicken eats it.
No, stop. The worst part about this is that someone is finally going to remember what the name of the city is, and it's going to be like 1,000 miles away from where I thought it was. Like probably 2,000. Like I guarantee that at some point some wires got crossed when I was learning about stuff as a kid, and I thought that some city that was in like Central America was actually like.
Do you remember anything else about it?
I could have sworn. Please tell me the Mayans were the ones in Central America.
Yeah, no, the Mayans
Okay,
are
I'm not that dumb.
the ancestors of what is today Mexico. They were in that area.
Okay, I'm not that dumb.
No, you're not that's the right area.
You know what? I'm thinking of this. Major North American. I'm no longer backing out of this. Major North American cities pre-1400. 7 most important ancient cities in North America. Sure. Cahokia, no. Teotihuacan, located in the Valley of Mexico, is one of the most significant cities in Mesoamerica. Although technically in modern-day Mexico, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. And my brain didn't looked at it and was like, that can't be right. I've been to Mesa Verde. Mesa Verde is fucking Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital. This must be it. Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan? Like, this has to be it. It starts with a T, it's multiple letters. It was the Aztec capital, not the Mayan capital, which is embarrassing. But wait. Is this even in the right, like, side of the world? Because this should be... No, apparently it was in Mexico City. Really, I didn't know... It must have been Tenochtitlan, but... Oh, Tenochtitlan... Okay. This is in the right location. It starts with a T. It's like 5 syllables, which is what I remember. And still my brain is like, this is not the city I was thinking of. Fuck it. I'm gone. I didn't say T with multiple letters. I said D with multiple syllables. I might have said multiple letters at some point and misspoken.
No, you said multiple syllables.
Thank you. If nobody got me, I know that Alex got me. And honestly, most of the time I know that Alex does not got me because you do not let me get away with my bullshit.
It's true, I do not.
That's love. Right. Okay. This quick notes thing has turned very quickly into me trying and failing to remember stuff. Okay, what are we on? 6? We're on 6. Okay.
I'm trying to catch a fucking shark, and I keep catching stuffed animals with a shark. And on the one hand, neat, stuffed animal. On the other hand, I just want to catch the fucking shark.
Poly is a stressful game.
I have been trying to catch the shark for the past hour.
Do you want to wave your hands in the air like and yell like you're a Muppet?
No, I want to punch the devs in the face.
But do you want to punch me in the face? Would that make you feel better? Hang on. Here. Does this help? You're sleeping on the couch. fuck you mean, nuh-uh?
Nah. I'll sleep on Totoro. The couch.
No, you won't. If you sleep on Totoro, your back's gonna be gone for the next, like, 3 days.
The couch is way worse than my bed.
Okay, that's fair. Let's see. So, we're going to go with 6 as the trial of proof. / ice. Okay. So this is actually going to be really short in terms of what literally happened, because if you actually just look at it, not a lot happened. Also, it's not the trial of proof / ice, it's the feat of proof / ice. Let's see, feet. Feet of proof / ice. Okay. So Warlord's Echo. We have a couple friendly names to get down to help us out here. We have Luminary. Oh fuck, I totally forgot that this involved a dungeon. This feat is going to involve a dungeon and a trial. But let's see. So we have Luminary. Zermerwer. And we have High Luminary. What's his name? Gerfler. And together they... Wait, did I write about Tallest Mountain, Yoktor? No, Yoktor. Together they... maintain... what's the name of this dude? I guess I should put him in red. Not really a conscious, like a intelligent enemy, but still a shitty thing. Maintain Valagar. Wait, is there not really an I in that? No, there's not. Damn. Maintain Valgar Manda. Now that I'm thinking about Valagar Manda, its design felt very familiar. Like a long dragon snake creature. That's tingling something in my brain, like a specific myth. But I would not be able to note down in my brain what it actually was. So maintain Valagar Manda's prison of ice. And I might as well note down here that this is a Tural which are literally just creatures with long lives and strange powers. And that's it. Quetzalcoatl? Quetzalcoatl? Oh, fuck. I mean, that again sounds... Oh, the deity. Okay. Quetzalcoatl is a deity in Aztec culture and literature. Among the Aztecs, he was related to wind, Venus, sun, merchants, arts, crafts, knowledge, and learning. He was also the patron god of the Aztec priesthood. He is also a god of wisdom, learning, and intelligence. He was one of several important gods. Quetzalcoatl, I'm remembering roughly how to... I know that's still wrong, but it's much closer to my previous attempts. The other two gods represented by the planet Venus are Tlaloc and Xotl. Neat. I knew that seemed vaguely familiar. And that name is familiar enough that I feel like I've heard it before, which makes me feel like I'm not just connecting to things that I thought were right and being like, yeah, of course, that's what I must have meant. That name does ring a bell. I'm pretty sure I've heard of that before, if only in passing, but strong enough that seems like I would have gotten the deja vu from it. Cool. So, creatures with long lives and strange powers, like Armando's Prison of Ice. And then I should note down that he was tricked by... And then I'm actually going to write that he is either of fire, wind, and lightning. Hello, baby. No! You walk across my desk and you don't let me love you at all? Fine. Go shit. I didn't need your love anyway.
He actually sat in the doorway to see if we would follow us.
I got off eventually. Come here, you little shit.
He has to run to the rug so that he's in proper cutting position.
This asshole, while I was making coffee earlier today, I was trying to make coffee to be ready for streaming, and he just decided that he was going to yell for attention and jump and bump against my leg, and I couldn't give him attention because I was trying to make coffee, and he was still like, me, give me attention, I'm so cute, I'm so small, I'm so fluffy, me. He's a good boy. When you're done with Dawntrail, I have a video for you. It's a review of Dawntrail from the perspective of Native American. In the comments, have a lot of people from South and Central America as well. It's overall positive, but it's pretty neat to hear about the perspective of 14 did with representing the cultures. Yeah. Despite my annoyance about this one specific plot point, and again, minor annoyance, like, it seems good so far. So it's happy. I'm happy to hear that the overall reaction is positive. Okay, tricked by, what the hell is the name of the Dawn Servant again? Because I always think Galul Jaja, no, Galul Jaja is right. Into trapping itself in its own ice magic. Okay. I think I basically written down everything except what actually happened in the thing. Besides one thing, which is that the top of Korkor Zormor is a graveyard. For Yokhoi High Luminaries. And those who died. In the you know, I keep wanting to pronounce this Valley Garmonda. Is there really not an I? There is an I. Okay, I just didn't write it down. Okay. Attack. Part of me does want to differentiate that they're not technically graves, they're sepulchers. I'm just gonna make a small note of it. Sepulcher. This is gonna be spelled wrong, but whatever. Sepulcher yard. Okay. Now there's nothing to write down except what actually happened in the feat approved / ice, which is not that much. So, Zermawur. Gives us our challenge. Find Gerfler. After learning about Yokhoi history and sepulchers. Okay, how do you spell sepulcher? Sepulcher. It's not this, is it? Oh, I was completely off. Sepulcher. Is it sepulchers? I thought it was sepulcher for some reason. It's probably sepulcher. We're just flat out told, actually, that is a top ... I might as well color this in orange now that we know that it is a dungeon. Always playing with fire whenever I'm using the fill tool to fill in letters. Just in case, God forbid, I miss. But we did it just fine. Corkor. Little more. Wow. We're on the mountain Galul Jaja. Wait, not Galul Jaja. Galul Jaja is the Dawn Servant. Bakul Jaja, there we go. Unleashes, or I guess releases. What's his name? Valigarmanda. To Delaeus. Yeah, no, hang on. So, Kuana. And what's the name of Dickhead? Saral. Question mark? Both. Help us defeat him in ... Now, what is the name of this trial? Also, is this background or is this in writing? This is in writing. Good job, me. What was the name of this trial? This was called Lador. Oh, I forgot to write down the actual, Is that spelled right? Yeah. Small side thing here, actually, because I forgot to write this down. That... Shit, is that Vorpalor or Warpalor? Does the evil Yakoi faction start with a V or a W? Is it Vorpalor or Warpalor? I think it was Vorpalor. An aggressive. Yakoi faction. Am I gonna have enough space? I feel like I'm writing really big. Never mind, it's probably fine. Want. Try. attack us. In parentheses, they don't. I'm just gonna write, they feel they don't want to be part of Tuliolo. Back down when Lamont. Saves. One of them from a bird. It's gonna be so much faster when I actually have a tablet. I'm looking forward to it so much. And now we go to Polar. Forbid us. Don't want to let us in, but after look Lamont stops. Zeral. From attacking them. From forcing his way in. Let us pass to repay their debt. Also, just writing all this text with a mouse is causing my arm to seize up. Anyway. I think I also had the level that these were in before. So this is level 93. This is also level 93. This up here is level 91. I didn't actually write it down. No, that just looks dumb. There we go. Okay, and then Gerfler. Oh, fuck. Gerfler gives us the feet of ice. Keystone. For slaying Valley Garmanda. And we're almost done. Just one more sentence. Wait, come on. The Vorpaler tell us of the ancient visions of... Is 1,000 years ago ancient? It feels weird to call it ancient, but... Tell us about... It's old!
An item is 1,000 years old. It's an antique.
1,000-year-old visions
If it's within about 200 years, it's considered
of the City of Gold. I'm not sure because vintage, like, okay, if something is from the 80s, it's vintage. Like, my mom has a very pastel colored coat she's had since the 80s that she loves, that people always compliment her on because it's a great coat. And, you know, we're comfortable referring to that as vintage. I feel like something in ore needs to be an antique, and this is based off of nothing but my initial intuition. As long as it's, like... It has to be an item, like a piece of furniture or a record player or something. It can't be a piece of clothing or anything like that. You can't have an antique coat.
That is incorrect.
And it needs to be like 100 years old. That's my initial gut feeling of what an antique is.
100 years old, you're probably correct. But, like, you're incorrect in that it has to be a specific thing. Antiques can be clothes. There are antique clothes. Usually they're not wearable.
Antiques are usually objects of the decorative arts that show some degree of craftsmanship, such as a desk or early automobile. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, I feel like defining clothing as antiques is something... It's not something I agree with, but it's also something I understand. Like, I'm not going to argue with you. Like, yeah, that's fair.
Marilyn Monroe's dress was an antique, and Kardashian is a complete bitch for ever touching it.
Language.
No! Wait.
But yes, I do know exactly what you're talking about. Will, I will point you to the primary source Antiques Roadshow. Wow, they probably had stuff on there. I know, I understand that clothing can be antiques. For no reason besides my personal annoyance, I would not ever define a piece of clothing as an antique.
No, she's like Armenian, Scottish, and Dutch. There's no negative connotations to me calling her a bitch other than that she is one.
Yes. Regardless, we're done with the notes, finally. Classic hour-long noting session. Let's move on to Final Fantasy XIV. I think it's time we return to Tuliolal. After scaling Tural's tallest mountain and battling a legendary beast to the death, even dauntless heroes like you could probably use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before we can visit the next destination laid out in the saga. The respite would be most welcome. I believe I hear the 4 cabins calling our names. That's cute. I appreciate that they have them wave goodbye before they leave instead of just leaving. That's cute. I like that. Alright. Let's head back. Some part of me does think to myself that I should probably do the little quest at some point, but I just don't want to. Rest well, everyone. We can meet back here later on. I'll do it probably when I finish the MSQ. I just don't want to compare it to the MSQ. I'm having a lot more fun in the MSQ. I have a small errand to run in the city, so I'll leave you to recover. Will you be heading to the palace, Wuklamot? Wuklamot, did you hear me? I lost her in her own little world, it seems. Well, no matter. I'll be back soon enough. An attendant standing by to unlock your cabin. Enjoy your stay. Are you good? The best way I know. What the fuck are you worried about? Whatever. Just enjoying your big stretch. Thank God that they decided that the closest cabin was mine. I greatly appreciate, don't get me wrong, I greatly appreciate the fact that they bothered to give it a sense of scale by putting these cabins so far out into the water and having it all be walkable. I'm also eternally grateful that my cabin is the closest one. Hello. Ooh, I should check the peak hole before I opened it. Oh, what's up, buddy?
You have a moment?
Go ahead.
There's something I wanted to talk to you about. So,
Oh no. Why is this music annoying? Oh no. Where are you going with this, Wuklamot?
It's just too stuffy in here, that's what.
I don't think this is where this is going.
We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air. That's what we need.
I don't think this is where this is going, but this is all the hallmarks of like a shitty confession scene. Is she realizing that she has a crush on fucking... Aaronville or something? Like, what's up? Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I could feel the walls closing in. Oh, I know. I'll take you to one of my favorite places in Tuliolal. That should help me get my thoughts in order. We'll go to the Resplendent Quarter and make our way up from there. I mean, I'm not going to be super shocked if we take a second to go through the childhood friends to lovers arc with Wuklamot and Aaronville. But I'm a little bit surprised. Again, I'm a little bit surprised with how early all this stuff is happening. I'm still on like a, isn't this level 90? Yeah, I'm still on level 93 level stuff. Oh god, Aaronville is going to die, isn't he? Okay, probably not. Probably not. Peshiwa, what are you doing up and about? Is your back feeling better? It's much healed now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day when you're out there fighting your hardest to win the throne. You're the claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. Okay, but why are you up? When I see you smile like that, how can I not be encouraged? Oh, there's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it'll help. Yours alone is more than enough. Thank you, Peshiwa. And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. All those smiling faces. Sorry, Dekka. I'm getting distracted. It's just that with the progress we made in the contest, even these everyday encounters feel that much more special. Do you think we can take our time and maybe wander around a little first? Then we can head to the spot I was thinking of. Oh, cool. Time shift. All right, game. You've built this up. Where are we going to? Where are we going from here?
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. I'd look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small.
Game, I need you to confirm to me this isn't
Do you remember what I said at the top of Warkor Zormor?
Game, I need you to confirm that this isn't a romantic moment a lot quicker so I can feel a lot less stressed about it.
That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then about what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far.
Game. Okay, I do admit that the bird smiling face is the best part of the journey so far, actually.
I realize nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace.
Sure, let's bring back the Yukwai. You wish for a world much like the Yukwai's dream?
With eternal life and no struggle or conflict, it's certainly an ideal worth striving for. Who knows if we could make such a world a reality? But renouncing war and conquest seems like a good place to start. So, this is my plan.
When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace!
Our people will live together in harmony.
Someone in the house below us is like, shut the fuck up, it's 7 a.m.
It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be.
I do really actually want to get a clean version of this cutscene, because it would not be very hard to echo to record and patch in my voice with like an echo so it sounds far away of exactly that. Of just shut the fuck up, it's 7 a.m. That'd be really easy.
It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies. If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time. There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me? Thank the gods for that. Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the cabins.
Okay, mildly weird scene in its construction. And I'm getting a little bit tired of Wooklamot telling me how much he wants peace. But fair enough. Fine enough. Probably would have hit a little bit better if, she hasn't had like 3 or 4 scenes so far of her facing her own doubts. But I hope that's the last one. God, I look terrifying from the front. Oh, there we go. I was like, what's wrong? I forgot that my bun was clipping through the pillow. Could someone please, because I can't search stuff safely because I haven't finished Dawntrail. Can somebody please find me that cutscene on like YouTube or something so that I can cut it? Can you rewatch cutscenes from like inside the sleepy place? Because if I can do it with Deca, that's even better. But I don't know how to rewatch a cutscene. Yeah, from the inn. Okay, cool. Okay, short side quest. Very, very short side quest. Wait, hang on. I might need to actually finish the quest in order to see the cutscene again. You look to be in good spirits. I assume your leisure time was very well spent. I was glad to snatch some quality sleep myself. After all, it will soon be back to the road for us. Okay. So, retire to my room. And then go to the book. The hero's journey, the unending journey. Bam. Go to Dawntrail. The Promise of Peace. Play. I need to turn off my camera and my microphone. Wrong cutscene, thank you. That was probably cutscene 3, right? Yeah. Okay, so... You lied to me. I've been lied to. I've been had.
This is much better. I used to... Do you remember what I said at the top of Orkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far. I realized nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace. Really, I feel proud somehow. It's an answer I arrived at by trying to be true to myself. That you think I succeeded, it means a lot. So, this is my plan.
When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in harmony!
It's just like Kryl said.
Okay, good enough. We're
taking the
we're going
time
on a side quest. Let's see. What is the name of my editing software? There we go. Bam. I need it to open up. I need to import the video before I do anything. While I'm doing that, let me open up Audacity. Audacity? 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 Who the fuck is Audacity? Okay, bam. Bam, Vegas Pro, thank you very much. File, open up that recording. Bam. The file cannot be opened? What? Is it the wrong format? Fuck. No, it's an MP4 file. Why can this not be opened? What do you mean the file couldn't be opened? Can I import other files that I've recorded? Make sure that you have access to the file or folder. fuck. Hang on. Let me open up Vegas Pro as an administrator. This is annoying. Okay, now will you let me import the media? No. Fuck, I mean, it must be the wrong format. Okay, that's fine. I have VLC installed. Can I export it? Oh, hang on. I just realized I'm looking at the name, that the name of the file might be a problem because it contains hyphens and like a space and everything. So if I actually go in, force close VLC, and then rename this to desired clip, and then import it, will you let me do that? No. Okay, fine. Okay. Open the clip with VLC. Convert/save. Convert/save to just changed clip straight to my desktop.
This is much better.
Start. Give that a second. And if I'm not able to import this, then I will simply remember that's something I want to do and do it later and be mildly annoyed about it. I might have to go back and record and change my output for OBS to something besides an MP4 if it's not going to let me import stuff into Vegas, which is annoying because I could have sworn that I changed it from like .mov output to .mp4 output specifically because Vegas Pro got mad at me about it. To be fair, I'm using like I think a 10-year-old version of Vegas Pro or something at this point. There was like a bundle on Humble Bundle which had a bunch of editing software 10 years ago. So I snagged Vegas Pro off it for pretty cheap and I've been just using that ever since. I made the Lethal Company video using this old ass version of Vegas Pro. It's super easy and powerful and I'm used to it and everything. I just don't have a reason to swap editing softwares. I think I opened Adobe After Effects or Adobe's editing software that I can't remember the name of that might not be After Effects. Like once for actually some people might remember Inviso Guy's transition screen, which was modeled off an old N64 game's transition where it would like triangulate into a black screen and then triangulate out like a and I actually made that in After Effects and it always bugged me because when I exported it, for some goddamn reason, the last like half a second got cut off no matter what I did. Regardless, let me open this, please. It won't let me do it without having QuickTime installed. Whatever, fuck it, I'm lazy. We're going back to the game. I got my recording. I can always come in and record it later. I'm not wasting time dealing with file conversion. Let's get back to the MSQ. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope everyone has rested well. Did we even find out what happened to the students of Baldessian? I know we did in Endwalker, I just can't remember. Now that we have refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us consider all claimants as they currently stand. Zeralja and Kwan have completed every feat thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. Rourke Lamont would be equal with them, but for Bakul Jaja's thievery, which has left us one short. That conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof and wreaked havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. I will be taking back what is mine. This I swear. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if Bakul Jaja's unleashing of Valigarmanda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate that he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say I'd be comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it's for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I'll do what I must. The last 2 keystones we require are those of the Lay of the Past and the Lay of the Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mulja and Zabral and the force of Yaktel, specifically near a village called Ikbrax. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in when I was a baby. Where the Lay of Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that a foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. Eorzea has a similar tale. The explorer Ketenram befriended a 2-handed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Tural. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least, that is the commonly held belief. Your 2-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Ketenram fellow must have come to Tuliolal. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet, vestiges of Yakhoi architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Autarch, didn't you? Then Ketenram must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamuk. Mamuk? Is that a city? One of the grandest in Tural once upon a time, and the seat of the Momulja's homeland. It too lies in Yaktel, not far from Ikbrax. Then all things considered, Yaktel seems the obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. We're riding in one of Kohana's balloons? They can't be any worse than ships, can they? What do you mean Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have good facial animations? Me and Dekka made the same face! It's like looking in a goddamn mirror. Don't worry, Rourke Lamont. You only have so much in your stomach that you can lose. Design to rally dirigibles intrigues me. I must know how they perform compared to Eorzean airships. For me, as much as I wish we could ignore him, Bakul Jaja is a real threat. The Archquadrant to the Golden City. Ready to leave when you are. Alright. The next flight to Yaktel will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. Did they say how long the boat ride was from Sharlayan to Tuliolal? Are we sure the thing will stay in the air all the way to Yaktel? And everyone just calmly ignores her. Are you ready? Bags packed and her goodbye said? There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything, I'm just making sure that you're not nervous. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, Will you hold my hand? Just until I've settled my nerves? Maybe ask Arenville? That stick in the mud? He'd never let me live it down. There she is. Third promise. Wait just a moment. Mablu, from the stand? Oh no, from the actual, fucking trial. Mablu and Tobly! Of course. I'll wait as long as you need. Oh, they don't care that, Wook Lamont is having a panic attack, but Mablu and Tobly, we gotta make sure we wait for them. Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origin of Kyle's earrings. Oh, that's convenient. I forgot about that plotline. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity in Dawntrail as a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right. We tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market? One in Yachtell, to where it seems you are already bound. What luck. Then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there? Or yet another discovery to look forward to? Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise? Good luck with the rest of the rite. Son of a shit! You know, the funny thing is that just earlier today, I was looking at that and I was like, damn, that doesn't seem like the right way to spell right in this context. It can be a slightly different color, but not slightly different tilt. Blends in perfectly. Nobody will ever notice the difference. Thanks. I won't let you down. I've just got to board this dirigible and I'm as good as there. Last call for passengers to Yachtell. I really hope she wins. Yachtell will test her mettle without a doubt. The next Dawn Servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be. Okay. Interesting. Ooh!
The fierce Chapral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yachtell. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here, where the Chapral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
Or the ocean. Or llamas.
The vegetation is far denser than in Cosmauca.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground. Unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said. And after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
Is the Shabral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
Oh, thank God. We don't need to coax her out of being sick again. She's just a little sick, but she's fine. I'm immediately disappointed by the fact that I'm not in that sick-ass blue forest that I saw in the preview. I will be there soon, I'm sure. But, actually, that's a funny line. Would it kill Anvil to give me the benefit of the doubt or the benefit of a second chance? Hilarious line. We're not Kyle and I will ensure our promises and wind up at the bottom of one of those cenote? They just pronounced it, I forgot. I think it was cenote. I can hardly fathom how difficult travel must have been before the second promise introduced dirigibles. Can you imagine having to walk all this way? The journey was delightful. The wind was fair and the vessel hardly rocked at all. Don't let Work Lamont overhear you. With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. And then they all immediately disappear from my sight. What a bunch of assholes. Neat. The swamp of the first area was... Oh, it has blade arms. Never mind. Not cute. It has blade arms. I got really excited, but why does it have to be sharp? Why so cute and cuddly? And also, why can I shave with it? Fuck off. You are an interesting design, though. I really like that. That weird sort of stinger appendage on the bottom of the plant. That's a cute thing to do. It almost looks like a pineapple texture on its tip, too. Right. Y'all good? Wait, what did you just say? Thanks to Kyle and Allie's save, but it still counts. Yeah, you didn't fall over. I'm very proud of you. For all of Anvil's insistence, I've yet to discover anything particularly blue about this forest. Is that eat box over there, I wonder? Well. Good. Everyone's accounted for. Ikbrax is up ahead. Let's be on our way. Well, Lamont, I trust your ability to walk 10 feet without falling into a pit. I also trust the rules of comedy, though, so we'll see which one of those actually gets to keep my trust past the next 5 minutes. You've got to be fucking kidding. Nope, nope, everyone's here. I definitely saw Alfino by a pit. It was like, God damn it. I'd fallen into the high tide harbor enough times to be a professional diver. There's no way I'd fall into something like this on accident. Just so you know, I shall be very cross if you push me. God fucking bless them. Oh, does it change to being blue at night? Was that why it was blue? And I need to look at one of these trees to see if there's mushrooms on it. Anvil was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully, we've made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Is that a new weapon for me? Fuck, do I need to empty out my... Oh god, I didn't realize how bad it was. Oh no, I need to empty out my pockets of all this stuff. But new sword just dropped. Yeah. I don't love it with my current outfit, but hopefully it'll fit. Okay, do you have a bunch of mushrooms on? You do! So that's why it was dark and glowing, but now that I'm here, it's not blue at all. I wonder if they put me in an instance where it's always sunny in order to make sure that that stays the same. No, that doesn't make sense. Also, there's people here. They could just be refusing to... They could have just manually set the time of day. That's another option. Okay. I've been really good about not leaving stream every 5 minutes, despite the fact that I did take like a 30-minute break to look up random South American history facts. But I do need to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna do that and grab some water and stretch since we've crossed the 3-hour mark. And I will be back in, let's just say, 10 minutes. So let's just say 15. Yeah. Do a stretch. Get water. Oh god. Ooh, I needed that stretch. Ooh, that felt good. Okay. I'll be back. I'm back. Where's my text? Now? Oh, there we go. I didn't realize that was underneath my camera group. That's weird. Oh, I must have accidentally moved it under there. Regardless, hello. I'm back. Got a nice stretch. I grabbed some chocolate. I actually really like, my partner turned me on to Miji chocolate. There's like a, we live relatively close to, there's this like chain of grocery stores in the PNW called Uwajimaya, which are like Japanese grocery stores, like I think started by a Japanese immigrant sometime around the 1930s, 1940s-ish. They have a bunch of good Japanese stuff. One of them is my new favorite chocolate brand. I love Miji chocolate. It's delicious. Regardless, what's up? Ready to head on in? It's entertaining to me that I'm seeing so many other people doing the MSQ today. Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly on us. What's up, buddy? Are you the Elector? The third promise and her retinue, I presume. You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of the Stars, at the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. That's not ominous. Everyone? And who might that be? There's but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him. It's probably nothing. It's probably fine. Oh, yeah, that fucking guy. What are we doing here? Is it a cooking competition?
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with Ligarmanda in the first place.
Fuck you!
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin.
Bro, he unleashed a little monster. Let me say a few
My
swears.
name is Hunmuruk. As a Brash Rash, I have the honor of serving as Elector on behalf of my people.
Okay.
As all four claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise. If you would please join us.
Hello. Whomstiv. Greetings. I hope you're having a pleasant stream. I'm playing through Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. I think I'm about 30% of the way through it right now. And I'm about to find out whatever this trial is.
Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
Really? It's a good thing none of us died.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner.
Uh-oh.
Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Oh, don't tell me we're gonna be paired with Bakul.
Well, forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jajar. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red.
Blue.
No. Wait, no, we can't be on the same team.
And the rest?
Red. Which means...
Oh. Okay.
Together again, as fate would have it.
Victory's as good as ours.
I'm surprised.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
I'm genuinely surprised that this is the way it's going down. This seems like the least interesting way. Like, I would have assumed it would be us and one of the more antagonistic sides getting through. But either it's gonna be us and Kuwana eliminated, or the 2 aggravators eliminated.
Not the one-hit.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shebruk Bibil.
It's literally a cooking... Wait, I was right? It's a cooking competition?
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
I was right?
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
I was joking!
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say? Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future. The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster.
Is mustard a part of the
Let
dish?
the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. What's it like, I wonder?
Well, the good news is that I don't know. Actually, no, they might work together is the problem. They might have already been working together for all we know. I also would like to know what Jibruk PBL is like. Do you suppose the first promise in Bakul Jaja will wear matching aprons? I dearly hope so. Alize, why are you so funny in this forest? The second promise will no doubt have thoughts on how best to proceed. Let's ask his perspective. Fair enough. I mean, presumably, obviously, narratively, surely we're gonna win, right? Surely they don't eliminate us and Kawan in the same swoop. Unless this is where the twist really hits. If there is a twist in the first place. How fortunate that this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakul Jaja's attempt to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong, and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Where did this bravado come from, Wook? Precisely. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition has a team of 6. That's the 2 claimants, Surreal Ja and Bakul Jaja's lackeys. Whereas we are a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilize. With a task suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could have easily been avoided. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for Jibruk Pibil. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of the feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Zabral people. Let us gather here once we've seen what clues this village has to offer. I should remember to note down the village name, which I've never remembered to do before. Also, okay. So this village is named Ikbox. That kind of makes sense as a name. The BR apostrophe, same as Jabral's name. I keep waiting for my cats to walk in mildly confused every time I pronounce Jibral. Because that's about as good as I can purr in response to them making noises me too. Colorful spices. Oh, hoy. Number spices. Some entirely unfamiliar to you are nestled in a blanket. That one's called akiote. We mostly use it to add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. Good save, buddy. The recipe for jibuk pibil. I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Hunmuruk himself. But your mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I can only hope there's still ibruk to be had at market. Oh, wink. It's a good thing the guy winked so loudly at me, otherwise I might not have heard it. Ooh, banana? A usually colored banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no! It appears I've gone and dropped my Najul, Jatika banana peel. I could barely see it for all the steam issuing from my underground oven! Ah, there's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use the leaves in your cooking. What could this mean? This is adorable. Oh, cute. I didn't even notice you two hanging out here. Whoop! I really thought there was going to be something down here for some reason. Luckily, nobody saw that, probably. Do I need to find this market that the guy mentioned? Oh, cute. And what flavor would that be? It's cute to see the characters around the place without names above them. Makes them, well, to be fair, relatively easily missable, but like not in a bad way. It's just kind of neat to see them around. Makes them feel like they're doing things. Now, where the hell is the last piece that I missed? Maybe I wasn't paying enough attention when I was running down the center? I know it's not down there because an arrow, the up arrow appeared when I went down there. Oh, I'm an idiot. I wasn't looking for the big arrow because I was expecting it to be another sparkle on the ground. We ought to cut our losses and head to Mamuk. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think he won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? Motherfucker, I'm like... What are you looking at, salt liquor? Mind your own business. Well. Wait, hang on. Which one is Mamuk again? Because that's not Bakul. That's not Jural. Wait, what? Wait. Zuralja and his friend Surilja. Bakul Jaja. The name Mamuk rings a bell, but I cannot remember who they're tied to because they're none of the main-ish characters that we've had to talk to so far. Oh, hey! That's a coincidence. Sorry, I'm back. What did we discover about Gibrook Pibil? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish, and observation of their techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spices were only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to Gibrook Pibil. But one in particular she attributed to all common Zabal dishes. Akiot, she called it. I see. Then if Gibrook Pibil is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alfino claims, we've claimed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook bearing bundles wrapped in the leaf of najul, or banana, in certain localities. It would seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles then, don't you? Bananas? E-book, without a doubt. What is e-book? Oh, no, yeah, they said... As would be expected of a book called Gibrook Pibil, indeed. So, to summarize, this dish is one of e-book, flavored with a combination of spices that includes akiot, and steamed underground within najul, or banana, leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forest while you all were exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and wild e-book, we should have everything we need in regards to meats and spices. Leave it to a master gleaner. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood, and I have some experience in this I get it. I, too, should be glad to volunteer mine aid. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I am happy to lead someone to a suitable book, if they will perform the requisite deed. Alize? As for the najul leaves, I believe I am capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find najul in these parts. They only grow in the Jatika heartland, forests far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lameti, Deka, if you would accompany me on my errand. No better way to whet my appetite. Good. Let us be about our tasks then. I am incredibly curious about what the fuck the other two are up to. Though I would not be surprised if at the end of this particular feat, their option that they choose to go with is just stealing from Wuklamat and Koana. Come on, let's go and get those najul leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. Thank you for the mildly more appropriate armor. Mildly, I hope. I'm also assuming that none of the other random items I've gotten have been high enough. Yeah. Neat. Yeah, this feels more appropriate, I suppose. It at least fits my sword a little bit better. Koana has the look of a man intent on finding bananas. Let us see if there are najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Urianjay mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. Yeah, I think it's going to be just that easy. Why is this called a history of violence? That doesn't sound good. That's bad, right? Oh, hello again. Did you need something? Everyone was really friendly to us before, so it'd be mildly surprising to have a twist here. Najul leaves. For purposes other than Jibuk PBL, naturally. Unfortunately, I've just used up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forest for more. Golmajik Grove is the source of the finest Najul leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. I had hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredients, then to the Jatika heartland we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Whomst? The Elector? Traveling there requires you to go through the Teenbeck Traverse, but it is caved in. Due to the recent storm, I expect. What? But that means we can't get our Najul leaves. But we can, can't we? If there were no other way of procuring them, you would have suspended this feat, or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. That's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of a pass with an empty stomach. You may find Jibrik Pabil to be a delicious but daunting dish to finish. I can't wait! Okay, that's ominous. Still, if there are no leaves here and we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all our ingredients? These feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the people and cultures of Tuliolol. So perhaps there's something about Jibuk Pibil that we've yet to learn. Something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. God, Koana, you metagaming fuck! Oh, I see. Like who was the first to make it, its history, that sort of thing. If it's Yaktel's history you're interested in, you should start with the old war. Between the Zabral and the Mamulja, right? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Jibuk Pibil. The old war, you say, between the Mamulja and the Zabral. Huh? What does Steam Book have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour might seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war. The village of Ilianaso. It lies a short distance to the east. The village of Ilianaso? Understood. Thank you for your help. Come, let's go and see this place. That's not... So, is this a peace dish, maybe? I'm assuming / hoping that's a peace dish and not like the locals being like, hey, why don't we eat the side that lost or something, and we will immortalize this memory by using Ibuk. Ibuk? That thing, yes. Again, learning about this war between the... Or, not again, but learning about this war between the Zabral and the Mamulja may be a little bit heavy-handed of a way to send it to us, but I'm most curious about Zuralja's reaction to all this, considering his strong desire to start another war, the village of Ilianasso must be further east. Let's continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. Bluntly, I'm most assuming that Zeralja's reaction to whatever this will be something along the lines of, oh yeah, see, war is bad, but like, it's important for establishing traditions and teaching the people who go through it. So, I'm not really expecting Zeralja to learn anything here. The opposite. Hopefully Dawntrail doesn't do that. Hopefully they've got a little bit of a trick up their sleeve here, but, well, the pitch feels pretty telegraphed. We'll see how it goes. Any ether currents over here, by the way? Oh, yeah, actually, there's one right here. Oh, there's one right there. Piranha? Okay, that's sick. That's like a weird, demented... Like, it's super long, unlike a piranha. Obviously, the wings and stuff are to help justify the fact that it's on land. That gigantic underbite is incredibly intimidating and cool. Kind of reminds me of like a lungfish or something. Not lungfish. Yes, a lungfish. Honestly, it reminds me for some reason of the creature from Iron Lung, which is a lungfish, right? Question mark. No, not lungfish. I can't remember the name of it. Doesn't matter. Hey, look! Destruction. I wonder what could have caused this. So this is the village of Ilianasso, or what's left of it. Wait, what, Evu? It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. What are you doing up here? Down here? I actually don't know where we are in relation to the other locations. Wookie-voo! I didn't know you were in Yaktel. I was picking up lumber from Ikbrax when I heard the Third Promise was on her way to the site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Wekivu is a shipwright who came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. A pleasure. You are a member of the Third Promise's retinue, I presume? Nope. For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Koana. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Koana? Now that's a good name. A familiar name. Where have I heard... Run the bit back. Koana? That's in the Second Promise of Tuliolo! Oh, to think I addressed the Dawn Servant's own son as some common retainer! Such disrespect cannot be excused! Please, take up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again! I take no offense, so please do not dwell on it. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn about Jibruk Pibil. Well, I am forbidden by the Jabrak's rocks to divulge any information regarding its preparation. I'd be happy to share what I know of Yaktel's history. We'd appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Jabral and Mamulja was one of land. The Mamulja live in the lower forest, where the thick canopy obscures the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Jabral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favors the higher ground, and the Jabral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand. The Mamulja were once a people as much at war with themselves as they were with others. The Hubigo, Bunewa, and Dapro each sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Zabral in battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hubiga and Bunewa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that the partners of different clans could not have children together. But then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Ubiku and Bunewa both, a two-headed Mamulja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually rising as the first Autarch, ruler of all three clans. Okay, so that's what an Autarch is. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the Autarch's rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time. There I shall continue the tale. Ooh, what was that interesting start to the music? I don't think I've been listening to the background music for this zone, but... I'm into it. Also, Jesus Christ. That doesn't look good.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit Cinder Field.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been.
The war over these lands began after the Yoqui's departure some 500 years ago.
Yokwi. Hui.
And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
Wait, doesn't the echo only work with people who were there? Or does it work with locations? I forget.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Does this voice act... Is this the same voice actor but doing a younger voice? Or am I... Because this sounds different. This sounds like a younger version of the voice that we heard in the palace. And that's cool.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours. If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace.
Puff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill-deserve the bounty of this forest. Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us.
This hat tremendously worries me because it looks like if it shifts slightly, it's just going to stab him straight in the eye.
Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Pelu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Yo, I did that.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed Najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shebruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history it has written.
I wonder if the Mamulja village has the banana leaves we need.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us.
It would be kind of weird if we were able to finish this fusion style trial without talking to the Mamulja.
Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
I appreciate the siblings both leading into the food puns. Good job. Good teamwork. Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our people's myriad cultures. And we're doing the same now. Thank you for the pants. Wakivu has given us valuable insights into the origins of Shibruk Pibil. However, we are still no closer to procuring the necessary Najul leaves. Unless... tell me, was this historic feast commemorated in some fashion? With a monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. Nah, that's fair enough. The ballistas still being here is also incredibly funny. Oh, you know what? That's kind of cute. I mean, that is cute. Do you think they stabbed them in at the same time? Here it is. Offered up by the two factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us true, especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Lameti, Deka, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. What's happening? Look here, this soil has been recently overturned. Oh, cool. No need to bother searching then. I kind of appreciate it, but I'm a little bit surprised that Final Fantasy XIV wouldn't make me do the tedious work. Ooh, someone buried a box. With leaves in it, I assume? Well, I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are. Fresh Najul leaves. Hunman Rook's doing, I'd wager. There's a poetry to hiding them on this battlefield, given it was central to the war that they helped to end. So he planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Wokivu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was an honor to render assistance. And, with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well, Third Promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the Feat of Reeds, I have been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. Yeah, just take that one on the chin, Kawana. Don't worry about it. All devised solutions to the Hanu-Hanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ihihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tuliolal and what they hold dear. Get fucked, Kawana. Damn, it's even more brutal that he's standing in between. He's just like... Alright, I guess I'll fuck myself. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. Kawana, are you good? Bo, I'm sorry you had to hear that. That was mean. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Ikbox. Or is it Ikbosh? Fuck. Uh-oh. Well, regardless. Back we go. The stakes, I mean, the stakes have been pretty decently high so far, but compared to old Final Fantasy expansions, the stakes have been very low. Like, yes, the nation's at stake and everything, a calamity was unleashed that would have killed hundreds, if not thousands of people, but it's still played with such a light tone that I'm kind of waiting for a shoe to drop. After all, we're almost done with the Rite of Succession in terms of gathering keystones, and we're still only level 94. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. Wait, hang on. What, Clement, do you have anything? I wonder whether Wokivu was actually a historian and not a shipwright. Fair fucking enough. Seems like we had an easy enough time of it. How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wokivu came along and helped us find them. Wokivu was here. I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. Luckily, there's a dirigible landing nearby, so I can explain the whole thing. I'm getting more and more obscure with that in-joke. And by in-joke, I mean a joke specifically for me. Go watch the past 300 hours of VODs, it'll make sense. That Galul Jaja brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me little, but to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions. But how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Uyanje and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I am pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had to offer. Spoken like a true expert. Anvil and I found our book, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much that its hunter fell down as cenote trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? Ho 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 ho! I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield akiyot. I'm told our resin astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Aye, through further inquiry did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts. I can hardly claim profound skill, but I've cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. It would be... Wait, if you're a cook, like, there's a cooking skill in this game, right? Right? I just kind of assume. And you, I hope. I could use your adventurer's grit when it comes to skimming the brook. Oh, my mouth is watering already. The music cut. Is there going to be dramatic music? Oh, thank God. Without further delay, then. This is all going without a hitch. Worryingly so. Cooking in the game is culinarian.
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Damn. Damn.
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready.
Is he gonna trip Kyle with the plate or something?
Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing.
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then. In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Pibil admirably.
I feel like there's a butt coming along.
Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further.
Oh, thank God.
You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you.
This feels too easy.
All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Okay, but
this is something I'm definitely good at.
wait, okay, but Bakul Jaja and Zulja are certainly realizing at this point that they've lost.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment.
We were first?
Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
The contest was whoever did it first. Did we not just win? Confusion.
I see. While your effort looks the part, Unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
Okay, now's the time for this to boil over.
This was stupid anyway.
Uh-oh.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
This is delicious! The
Nothing.
yolk so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najuli rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Wook Lamont, maybe calm down a little.
Choke on your harmony.
Come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
Don't have to tell me twice.
Wook Lamont certainly has gained a bit of an attitude recently, hasn't she?
Ah, that was bliss.
It was palatable enough, I suppose.
More of a fan of Archon bread, are you?
To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Only 1 feet left.
Well, I should get going then. I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
I keep waiting for the shoe to drop. I don't think it's happening in this cutscene, not at this point.
We can do better than that, surely.
But...
The
okay.
6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important.
You forgot to beat up Bakul Jaja?
Was there any Shibruk people left? I could really use another helping.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, I wasn't really expecting such a definite elimination of Zerul and Bakul, but, well, that was so good. I'm already looking forward to having Jibrik Pavil again. Here, Dekka, Kyle made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the Feast of the Past is over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, right? Alright. New words are now available from the Zabal merchant. Oh, that's cute. And that's convenient. Okay. A father's grief. Uh-oh! You know what that sounds like? That sounds like a great thing for Tuesday. Let's finish up our notes for today with the rite, or the feat of a past. By the way, where are we? So we are in Yaktel. Okay, so this is a new location. Bada bing. Unfortunately, I've basically filled up all the space down here. Where do I actually draw this out? I guess down here, in this bit here. Alright, a little awkward, but I've never been one to feel too guilty about a little bit of fudging. Whoop. Nope. Whoop. 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 Let's see, where's that apostrophe? Yaktel. Oh, I just realized. No, that's not going to do for placement at all. There's going to be two associated locations here and two associated feats. So I need to make sure that I have all the space I need. Which means this feels like enough. Yaktel. And in Yaktel, we have this village of Eekbrox. This village. Eek. This is the Zabral village. Zabral, I fucked that up. Zabral. So we might as well mark down here the history of the Old War. Which was the Mamulja. Versus the Jabral. How long did they say it was? Did they say it was 6 centuries or 8 centuries? I'll just write down that it, I don't fully love the lore of how this ended. I find it mildly awkward how, after all, how interesting the end of the Dragon Song War at the end of Heaven's Word was, after Stormblood and its dealing with the, you know, the resentment of resistance and the healing that takes, especially in location, place, especially in Alamigo. Like, it's a little bit hasty how much it was just like, yes, they ended a war by being like, let's cook some food together. But I can't really realistically complain that much. Not really at all. It's just a little, it just doesn't really hit the same as those old stories because it didn't have the same time. But it also was not nearly the same focus. So, let's see. Gulul Jaja. Ended the war by forcing the two sides to have a banquet together, basically. And I might as well message it here. Melded their cultures to make melded their cuisines, I suppose. To make Gibrook Pibil. And luckily enough, I mean, isn't that basically it? We did learn a little bit about the Mamulja, specifically that the Autarch was the leader of all three of the clans, and interestingly / confusing enough, the implication that Gulul Jaja was the Autarch, was he the Autarch at the time that he ended the war, and thus was he fighting against his own army, or did he step in as an outsider and then become Autarch? Considering his existence as a two-headed child, a blessed sibling, it only makes sense that he would have been at least known, and thus probably Autarch at the time. Hopefully we'll learn more when we go to the Mamulja village. But for right now, this is really a relatively small but really important thing to get down, which is 7. The feet of the past. Oh, and before I forget, there's only really one NPC from this village that I really need to make sure I get down, which would be Honmanurok. There he is, okay. Let's see. Who is the emissary? So the 7 feet of a past. Claimants are split into 2 teams. Only one can pass. And that is Woklamat. And Kawana. Versus Zarulja and Bakul Jaja. Challenge is cooking. Jibuk Bibio. And then basically just the obvious. Wook Lamont and Koana. Oh, I need to color these, right? Shit. Fuck. Okay, Will, don't misclick. This is the most tense part of the entire stream, is whenever I have to go in and bucket fill. But I won't fuck it up this time. Probably. Realistically, I could just select by color and then, like, brush in with paint, which would be a lot less risky. But also a lot less funny if I fuck up. So, whatever. We need something to give me a little bit of impatience so that when I fuck it up, it's funny. I mean, what's the point of fucking up if it's not at least a little fun? It's a little funny. I did think that I clicked on that A and then it didn't fill it in, and I thought that I fucked up. But we're good. Okay. Wooklamont and Koana. Learn from the villagers. And what was his name? Zanuhali? No. Wook Evu, there we go. I appreciate my old note that he is, in fact, a cat dude. That makes sense. Learn from the villagers and Wook Evu. About the old war, leading them to a stashed ingredient. And I'm gonna note that somebody was watching us. Note. Somebody who was at the end of the old war was following us. We got an echo vision. Okay, and then with their knowledge and the ingredient I'm just gonna write W and K. W and K. Succeed. By only trying to recreate the recipe Z and B fail. And then one last note, because I want to note this down specifically. Kyle senses burning ambition and from Zorulja. Anyway, time for me to scoop. Have a good one. Well, bye, Calvi. Stream's gonna wrap up in a second. From Zorulja. Towards Wuk Lamont. That's a terrible A. That's such a terrible A. It looks like a Q. There we go. Wuk Lamont. Yeah, I don't feel super confident about where this is going next. It's pretty worrying that the next quest is named A Father's Grief, but we've written down all our notes today. We did great. We finished off the feat of Proof/Ice. We finished off the feat of our past. There's only one feat left, and then everything's going to be okay. So, that will be it for me, for my stream tonight. I will return on Tuesday, whence I shall, ooh, big stretch, come back, finish feat number 7, and zero of the guns on the wall will go off. They will all remain perfectly safe, snug on the wall. Everyone will be happy. Wuk Lamont will be declared Dawn Servant, and we'll all go home. See you on Tuesday.